Hello, and welcome to Elden Ring. So far in this game, a very insanely quick version. I meant to do this, before the stream. I forgot. But to do this recap, we are going to open up good old MS Paint. So, in Elden Ring, so far, the whole world starts with a outer god, a greater being, a eldritch being, if you will, named the Greater Will. Hang on, let me get us a better font stuff. Hang on. Okay. So it all starts with an outer god, an eldritch being, named the Greater Will. Now, the Greater Will. Hi, Joe. How are you? The Greater Will is an outer god. They are the primary. There are multiple outer gods in the video game. There's, as far as we know for now, there's the Formless Mother. There's, I think they're just called Fury. I'm not sure. There's the Fell God. There's a bunch of others. Okay, there's a bunch of outer gods, right? Now, these outer gods, there's more than even these. I'm struggling. There's a bunch of outer gods, but you don't need to really worry about any of them other than brief mentions here or there. They each have their own domain, their unique attributes of what they rule over, and the edicts that their followers follow. We only need to worry about the Greater Will for now. The Greater Will, long ago, had a chosen leader, a person who, in his name, would take over the lands between. Estelle is not a god. Estelle was more like an animal. Regardless, so the Greater Will chose a apostle, a person who would rule over the lands between in their name and bring the lands between into their vision. That person was named Marika. But Marika couldn't do this alone. There were many other creatures in the lands between already, all of which already had domains in the lands between. Excuse me. All of these people, it was already a living world. There was already active, active people at play. You know what I mean? Orders and so on and so forth, right? So Marika couldn't do this alone. So in turn, she married a man named Godfrey. I think it's actually Godfrey. I'm not sure. Oh, my driver's out of date. Oopsie poopsie. Anyways, Marika married Godfrey. Godfrey was he's still alive. Godfrey is a legendary warrior. We'll get on why he's still alive in a second. But Godfrey is a legendary warrior who is a conqueror and some would say warmonger in the lands between. He was a amazing commander and fighter. So in turn, him using his army that are now called Tarnished, were in Marika's name, was able to take over the lands between after defeating many combatants in battle and winning multiple wars. One of which, and probably the most notable for this session, was against the Giants. He also fought Stormhawk, he fought so on and so forth, it doesn't matter. With these two, they had 3 children. The firstborn being Godwyn, also known as Godwyn the Golden. They also had 2 twins named Morgott and Mogwin. They were twins, however, they were Omen. Omen are basically people who, we're actually going to rewrite their name in red. Omen are basically creatures, creatures is not the right term. People. They're people who were born with horns and animalistic features and a lot of things that are later viewed as sinful and heretical for the greater will in the golden order that America created. But at the time, before they existed, before the golden order, they were actually viewed as holy and closer to God, if you will. This God being known as the Crucible, which is the beginning of all life. Think of it like, you know how like in evolution in our world, it's like we were like little cells and then we turned into fish and then that fish walked on land and eventually that turned into us. Like that's the theory around evolution, right? Think about the Crucible as being that pool of water that fish walked out of, right? So Morgott and Mogwin both were Omen. They had features that were somewhat close to or relating to that original Crucible. In turn, they were viewed as sinful, heretical, and bad, and they were locked inside of the sewers underneath Leyndell, the capital, until for all of time, until the events of the game, which we'll get to in a minute. Now, I'm going to answer a question in chat. Which one is Godfrey? The first guy who stops you at Stormcastle, the guy with the dragon hand? Or is that the melted eye? Godfrey is a character that we have not met yet. The person you're thinking of is Godric, and the melted creature is Godwyn. More on that later. Give me a second. I'm getting there. Now, America, and we learned this last session, actually had a secret. And following the divorce of Godfrey,
elf lady.
Hi, Whimsy.
Huh?
Following them getting divorced, I should have did this in black, but whatever. Following them getting a divorce, where Marika and Godfrey split, and Marika basically exiled Godfrey to go into foreign lands. She did this because the light of grace faded from his eyes, meaning that he was no longer under the Greater Will's vision. The Greater Will no longer had plans for Godfrey, so in turn, Marika chose to let him go, shunned him off to distant lands in order for him to continue fighting and embracing his warrior spirit. All of his Tarnished also went with him, except for one. We are either that one that stayed behind or a descendant of that one. Either way. Following that divorce, Marika had a secret. Marika became someone else. Marika took on the guise of someone else. She became, I'm going to draw a line here just so we can keep track. She became a man named Radagon. She disguised herself as a man named Radagon, to the degree where it's not just like a disguise, like it's not like Mulan, where she just like dressed up as a guy. She basically transformed her body into changing genders. Not even to a degree of like it's less of a degree of like transgender, right? Like it's not a transgender thing. It's more like for just making it make sense. And I know that this is like not a way that we look at it anymore in the mental, in like this kind of area, right? In the what's the word I'm looking for? In like mental institution, I don't know. Mental illness, I don't know. Whatever, doesn't matter. You know what I'm trying to say. She basically split her personality. No. She split her. It's basically a split personality where one personality is Radagon, the other personality is Marika, except Radagon has a physical form that is different from Marika's. That's basically what it is. Just to make it simple, right? That's basically what it is. So it's kind of like two souls, one body kind of thing. But not, we'll get on that. So, as Radagon, she married, or he married, I guess now. We'll say they. As Radagon, they married a woman named Rennala. I don't think that's how you spell it. That looks wrong. I'm gonna leave it. They married a woman named Rennala. We're gonna spread this out a little bit. Hang on. We're gonna go over here. Rennala. Like that. There we go. Whap. So Radagon married Rennala. This happened on the battlefield. The Greater Will in the Golden Order was fighting against a college, a university, named Raya Lucaria. Raya Lucaria is led by a royal family named the Carrion royal family. Her name is Rennala Carrion. Radagon and Rennala met on this battlefield, and rather than defeating each other in combat, they fell in love. Love truly can bloom on the battlefield. Together, they had 3 children as well. These children were, hang on, I'm gonna get there, hang on, wait for it. They were, maybe not in this order, maybe a different order. We don't know, at least I don't know. Ricard, Radon, I'm gonna put him here, because I think he might be the youngest, and Ronnie. These 3 children of Rennala and Radagon both were blessed with a bit of faith and a bit of magic from their parents, because obviously Radagon is the Golden Order. Like, he's Marika. He's a god, right? And Rennala is very greatly attuned. I think it is just, I don't think there's a Y in it. I think you're right. Regardless, doesn't matter. You get the idea. Together, they were able to give their children the boons of both the magical side and the faith side. And at the time when this happened, I'm getting ahead of myself. However, after a set amount of time, where Ronnie, Radon, and Ricard all grew up and had childhoods of their own alongside their father, Radon especially was close to Radagon. Ronnie was especially close to Rennala, and most importantly to this chapter of the story, this area, Ronnie, get rid of that. Ronnie is born as something called an Empyrean. We're going to color those in blue. Ronnie is born as an Empyrean. An Empyrean basically means that she can take over Marika's place. She can become Marika in a way. She can be the one who is the Greater Will's chosen and lead the Greater Will as a whole. That's basically what that means. Lead the Golden Order, rather. That's what that means. So, Ronnie didn't like this, though. Ronnie rejected this, and this will come and play in a minute. Radagon divorced Rennala very suddenly, out of nowhere. Nobody expected it, but they got divorced. And directly after, and maybe because of, Radagon then remarried to Marika. Now, keep in mind, these are the same person. This is the same. He remarried to himself, to themselves. And together, through some twisted Greek mythology style baby having, They had 2 children of their own. Possibly 3. There is a theorized 3, but we do not know. These children were twins, once again, and their names were Millennia and Michaela. But here's an extra detail here. Both of these children, I think Millennia is one. I could be wrong. But both of these children are also Empyreans. And then also on top of that, there's the theory that, I think it's spelled like that, Melina, I think it's like that. There's also a theory that they had a third child named Melina, who is our finger maiden, spirit maiden lady that like helps us level up and stuff. We'll talk to her in a second. Regardless, they had 2 children of their own, Melania and Mikola. Both of these 2 children were cursed in different ways. Melania was cursed by being infected off the bat with scarlet rot, and later became an icon of rot, being basically a chosen of the rot god, another outer god, who seems to resemble a scorpion. And she didn't want this because it was basically killing her on the inside. She didn't want to be the chosen of the scarlet rot. So, you know. And then Mikola was cursed with eternal youth. He's basically eternally 12. Melina is our finger maiden. She's cursed to be on fire or something. Regardless, this is the family tree. This is where everything cycles around. After, also Mogwin follows the Formless Mother. The god of, it's like a god of blood. Now we are directly before the events of the game. Ranni doesn't want to be an Empyrean. Ranni doesn't want this fate. She has to take multiple steps in order to reject this fate. So, her actions basically start the events of the game. Long ago before that, however, Marika plucked the rune of destined death out of the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring, the titular Elden Ring, is basically the rules of the land. It's the rules that the land follows. It's the tenets, but more magical because things have to follow it. If the Elden Ring says a bear shits in the woods, a bear shits in the woods. That's it. There's no like rejecting it. That's just what happens. One of the runes inside of the Elden Ring was the rune of destined death. Marika plucked this from the Elden Ring, making it so that destined death no longer existed. People could still die, but only in body. Their spirit lived on. Nobody could starve. Nobody could die of old age, so on and so forth. Sickness gone. So in turn, Ranni, wanting to remove herself as an Empyrean, remove herself from the Greater Will and the Golden Order, she planned a night of Black Knife Assassins, where she stole a fragment of that rune of death, imbued it inside of blades, and hired Black Knife Assassins to kill Godwyn. Godwyn died, not in body, but in soul. His body lived on. Ranni also died, not in soul, but in body. Ranni is in the game. We've interacted with her. We're actually married to her. Then, Marika, suffering from the grief of her firstborn son's death, Godwyn the Golden, who everybody loves, we are married, grieving the death of Godwyn, her firstborn, who everyone loved, she buried him near the Erd Tree's roots, which also causes a lot of events in the game, as there are death root and those that live in death around. She shattered the Elden Ring. All of the children, both the ones with Radagon, and who are actual demigods now, not step demigods, because obviously Radagon's America, so you get what I'm saying. All of the demigod children fought for the Elden Ring. They were supposed to become the Elden Lord, and fill the place that America was no longer filling and Radagon was no longer filling. They failed to do so. All the wars ended in stalemate. They failed to even obtain 2 Elden Rings amongst them. The Tarnished were revived and resummoned to the lands between to complete what they failed to do. We're the Tarnished. We were resummoned. We fought a bunch of the children, gained enough runes to become the Elden Ring, but when we got to the tree, it was revealed that Morgott was there waiting for us. He was defending the tree and leading Leyndell in the Golden Order in his mother's place, despite the Golden Order hating him, despite his mother locking him away. He still defended them, and is probably my favorite character in the game. I love him so much. But he defended the tree. We defeated him. He revealed that the tree is actually locked and that even he couldn't become the Elden Lord because it was locked. And it was revealed that in order to get past the tree, we would have to burn the Erd tree in order to reach the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. Morgott refused to do this because that would be the biggest sin of all. We're a little bit more willing. So now we are up to current day. There's a bunch of side quests and stuff in there as well that are all important. Namely, for right now, Hyetta, who's right here. We followed through Hyetta's storyline and her side quest, where we learned more about the god of fury, about the god of frenzy. Where we basically fed her Shabriri grapes, which are basically eyes infected with pink eye of frenzy, and she eventually enjoyed the taste. Led us here to a catacombs with the 3 fingers waiting beyond that door. We can't go through there quite yet. We can't enter there quite yet. We got a couple things to do first. But that's namely the big side quest for right now.
That's a lot of nuts! That'll be 4 bucks!
22 minutes this time. Let's go. No CC again. This should be the last time. Hi, Quack. How are you? I noticed I was doing some filming for my next video essay. And I came back here and I noticed that Melina had something to say. I also noticed that I spelled her name wrong.
Your seamster, Bok. I see him crying from time to time. I think he misses his mother. He wants someone to tell him he's beautiful. Does being born of a mother mean one behaves in such a manner?
That is all. Got my hair cut. How short? I also did some testing on my own. And I did not know that he was here. And I discovered that maybe my favorite move set, at least for the main game weapons, I don't know about the weapons in the DLC. But I did some testing of weapons. And I think my favorite move set in the game might be this, and this is probably what I'm going to go into the DLC doing, is dual-wielding rapiers. Because, like, this is the moveset for greatswords right here, right? This is also roughly the moveset for the curved greatswords and the colossal swords, just kind of slower. I didn't mean to do that. The rapiers, however, if you look at this, this is the moveset for the rapiers. Check this out. Look how flowy that is. Look at that. It's really cool. So I'll probably go into the DLC using these. maybe. And then I'll most likely swap to a weapon during the DLC. Anyways, I didn't mean to find this guy here, but I'm kind of glad that I did. Here's a prediction. This guy is actually someone that I meant to fight somewhere else. It's something that we weirdly skipped over while playing the game. It has to do with Morgott. We kind of accidentally missed them. I might already have it, dude. Okay. So this guy is called a Knight Cavalry. We'll learn more about him in time. But I wanted to fight a couple of them for you. One! And, they're only present at night. I think the Great Katana is only a DLC weapon, so you spoiled me. But no, I think that's only DLC. Now, weirdly, these characters, these Knight Cavalry, are, as the name implies, only available at night. So I don't know if we just haven't been playing the game at nighttime or something, but conveniently, we've just, like, missed these guys every time. But these are, and we'll learn more in time as I find the items that attain to them. These are Tarnished hunters. They hunt heroes and Tarnished and otherwise in Morgott's name in order to stop them from defeating the demigods and becoming the Elden Lord before they even get a chance. It's the entire point of these guys. They're supposed to hunt us. However, as I said, we haven't seen a single one of them all game until now. They're really bad at their job. But, yeah, they're Tarnished hunters. I didn't mean to spoil. I don't care. It's fine. I was goofing. But, yeah, these are the Knight Cavalry. And there's actually a line of dialogue that is about them. It's just in a different way. Morgott says something about his 10 fingers taking us down or something like that. I forget the exact line, but that's like the context. It's like, my 10 fingers will bring you down a peg. You said it was shoulder length and that it's very pretty, Quack. I read it. I care. But he said that his 10 fingers would bring us down a peg. Now, I could be wrong, but there's 10 Knight Cavalry in the game. He was referencing these Knight Cavalry taking us down. But again, they're really bad at their job because we haven't seen a single one until now. Yeah, I'm gonna get off my horse now. Glad you like your haircut, Quack. Only talk about one thing at a time, okay? Okay. These guys be knocked off their horse. Unlike the, what are they called? The other guys. But they can summon their horse back. Which is pretty cool. Where are you going? We were meant to fight this one a lot earlier, by the way. We just never found it. Those two. Shared order, skill of the Golden Order fundamentalist knights, grant the armament of those nearby allies, holy essence, highly effective against those who live in death. Nothing. This is the first time I felt pretty, in my life. Your whole life? Really? Because you've been pretty for all your life. Yes? I'm glad you like your hair. I think we went down here. Okay. I remember looking for the area of how to get up here, and I don't remember ever finding a solution. There's also this. Which, also don't think we found a solution. Okay. Hey, Ace, are you here? Not Angel, Queen. Hey, Ace Queen, are you here? Oh, you said we were almost done with this game? I mean, not including the DLC, we're about 75%. Okay. And I'm gonna need you in a minute here. Not directly, I didn't mean to do this. Not directly right now, but in a minute here, I'm gonna need you. Okay. So I recall there being some way to get up here. I might need to change shirts. I'm already sweating. It's fucking hot. Right there, I think. Okay. Chat, once again, just like last stream I asked you this. Once you realize where we are, say it. Once you figure it out. When you figure it out, shout it out. Is this dog still following me? Okay. Where are we, chat? Yep. We are in the round table hold, but not a round table hold, but rather the real round table hold. Hammer comprised of a large stone affixed to a metal handle, originally a blacksmith's tool. The art of smithing is said to have originated amongst giants. This weapon's striking attack boasts ample weight behind them. When applying it doesn't matter. This is the round table hold. Oh wait, hang on, there is an item back here. Okay. Deja vu. There's the round table, but it is not a site of grace. It simply has a rune arc in the middle. And in here, usually where fingers would be. Instead, there is a throne. Throne with a coated sword. Hidden sword once granted to the Tarnished of the Round Table by the Two Fingers. A formless cipher comprises its blade. which deals holy damage no shield can repel. Champions would gather at the Round Table Hold in the days of the past, when the two fingers were masters of ordination, their flesh yet full of vigor. Unblockable blade. Imbue the Cipher Blade with light, extending its length, and then strike with a sudden sweeping attack. This attack cannot be blocked. This weapon is actually one of the cooler weapons in the game, because it is literally just words. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. I went right past. It is just words. And it kind of makes like lightsaber sounds in a way, but more holy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the cooler weapons in the game. Looks like the pen is mightier than the sword after all. You have no idea how many times that exact joke has been said in relation to this. You have no idea. But you can see that it's nearly an exact copy. Just a little older, dustier. Here's where our old mate used to sit. All-knowing guy, Gideon. I think there's one other, yeah. Like a hand weapon. And in here, where Dung Eater usually hangs out, Seedbed Curse. Also, very small note about the Seedbed Curse. Notice how the blood is around their, like, penis? And, like, he talks about defiling the corpses. You know, like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, it's like... There is a reason why there is... Listen, if we can't talk about menstruation, then we won't normalize it, and then everybody's going to still be uncomfortable about it until the end of time. But if we talk about it, we talk about menstruation, then people will become comfortable with it. Okay, anyways, there's lore behind why this place is here, and why the Round Table Hold is an exact copy of it. There's reasons. I think that it would make more sense for me to hold back and allow you to theory craft for yourself for now before I give my theories. Tell us about your period. My penis bleeds profusely every month. Every month. Avenue balcony. Yeah, we do. It's just, all the time. 24/7. Gaga? Yeah, that's proven. Is that... Because, like, the whole thing was, like, the misogynist used to always be, like, women are more emotional than men. That's why they can never be president and stuff like that, you know? But it's now been proven that the hormonal changes that women go through during their period, men are just going through a fraction of that 24/7 at all times. It's not like, so it's like divvied out over the course of all time. So in turn, statistically, men are more emotional. Like, it's just, we repress it and push it down. Because that's how we're raised. So. Yeah. So, like, we don't really have, like, cramp pains. I mean, we do every now and then, but, like, it's not the same. It's like, but, like, the emotional side of periods, men do go through it just 24/7. rather than extremely focused throughout 1 week, you know? Ah, shit. Yeah. My penis is constantly cramping. I get a thing called razor piss if I pee too close to when I come. We don't need to hear about your razor piss again. I'm very open about my razor piss. Let's get back up there. We never beat this guy. Forgot about it. Hey, Usa. Not know I could jump that. Yeah. Yeah. The guy didn't give me no. I guess there was something there that I picked up. Huh. Interesting. If I roll high enough, can I get 4K Clinkies? Well, I can only give you 4K Clinkies if you've redeemed things worth 4K or more. I can't just give somebody 4K Clinkies. I can only give you what you've redeemed. Yeah, there's no, like... I should be able to. I think it's stupid that you can't. But, like... There's no way for me to do that unless you've already redeemed things. So. Alright, let me try to do this a bit slower. Kill these guys down here first. Good farm. How are you? We fought these guys before. They're misbegotten, but they're like leader misbegotten. It's theorized that they might be related to Radagon because of their bright red hair. But we don't know.
Excuse me? Sorry.
Yeah, that's also something kind of notable about Marika being Radagon. Radagon's most, like, notable trait is his, like, bright red hair. And it's, like, a thing that all of his children have inherited, is his bright red hair. Marika's blonde. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that, like, that's Radagon's primary trait that is given to all of his children. But Radagon is Marika, and Marika doesn't have red hair. You know, it's like, it's a weird thing. I'm in a good mood relative to how I have been. Good. Keep it up. Also, you rolled a 2, so I guess you can't get 4K back anyway. Double 4, quick maths. Marika ending the blonde hair lineage? I mean, I guess technically. I mean, like, Morgott and Mohgwyn don't really have blonde-ish hair. Their hair is more like white, I guess. Godwyn had blonde hair, but he's dead-ish. He's dead, kinda. Maybe the carpet doesn't match the drapes. I mean, maybe. I will 100% confirm you that we never see Marika's vagina. So that is possible. Yo Miyazaki, when we getting the vagina cut of Elden Ring? Oh, okay. I don't need to fight this. I'll just run by it. He respawns. I figured he wouldn't respawn. Sure there's a mod for it? Kind of hard to do mods for games like when there's it's hard to do mods for games like this when there's no like mod creation toolkit. The reason there's so many mods for Bethesda games is because they actively have a tool set given to people in order to create mods. The one for Starfield just released a couple weeks ago. Miyazaki, when are we getting the Vaginica for Howl's Moving Castle? I watched The Boy and the Heron yesterday. And the new Miyazaki film, supposedly his last film. And without spoiling, I think that might be my favorite Ghibli movie. It was really good. It was really, really good. There's like one single point of complaint that I have with it. And it's a storyline that not necessarily didn't get resolved, but like got resolved weirdly. But I have way more complaints about all the other Ghibli movies. So, like, it was really good. It was really, really good. I think I know what you're talking about. I mean, it's not spoilers for me to say Hime. No. I've never seen a whole Ghibli movie. They're good. You can follow me on this? Hang on, I'm pulling the lever. Is it Hime? I don't know, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I still can't believe you did that, Farm. I feel like I've been up here. Have I? Can't look at the map right now. Haven't we? Will this whole stream be deja vu? Oh, no, we haven't been here. This is new. Tony dead. I am asleep right now. No, I need you in a second. There you are. What? That's a thing you can do? This fucking scarab had a phase 2? Okay. Still gotta keep moving. I got to keep on schmoving. Ain't nothing gonna break in my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Uh-oh. Where the fuck am I? What the fuck? There's a tower here? I got to keep on schmoving. Whoa, did you see that? Whoa. Okay. I did not remember there being a boss here. Notice that one of them is doing blood flame stuff and the other did holy attack a second ago. Very echoing of, or rather omen attack, I guess. Very echoing of Morgot and Moglin.
Do a flip!
Who's the one scuff?
Hang on, this is requiring a bit of concentration. Thank you for the 12 months, Angie. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your balloons. How you doing, dog? A lot of subs today. I think we might be 1 or 2 off from the reward, from the wheel. Not far. Whew. Woman Killer Rolo. One of the best Spirit Ashes in the game. Not the best, but one of. Probably killed Spoops. I think Spoops was an emote that I uploaded. There it is. I've landed on this so much. It didn't even do it right. This is me now. This is a me. This is a real. I'm alright with it. I'll leave it. Oh, rain, stick my butt. Oh. I'll leave it. I won't fix it. Guess I was raising endurance. I don't know why. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh, this is Morgott's. I thought it was the other one. You think this is kind of what Mario looks like IRL? Woohoo! Yeah! Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah! Yeah. Oh, I didn't end the prediction. That was first try. I don't want an ice cream cone. What do you put on your ice cream? Is it just, do you just get the ice cream, or do you put nuts on them? That's a lot of nuts. Or do you put, like, chocolate syrup? Fingussy. This great rune is the anchor ring that houses the base, and proves two things. One, that the Omen King was born of the golden lineage, and two, that he was indeed the Lord of Lane-Dell. This is the anchor ring, meaning that all rings basically attach to this one, and it is a required thing to be able to craft the Elden Ring. In turn, Morgott was a required boss. We also got Rollo. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physique to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish behavior, hunting the Omen. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. No-oh. I got to keep on moving. All right, now that we did that, I can ask Ace this question. Ace, and Maker, and anyone else who knows in chat, but I wanted to do it while Ace was here, so that Ace had the opportunity as well. There might be a better angle to show this off. What if I don't know? Then it will be very funny. Let me get back a little bit more. Let me get down here. We can get full view. Here we go. Hi, Neon. Not gonna pop all this is happening, but thank you for the tier 1 at 31 months. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your balloons. How you doing, Neon? Anyways, in relation to plants and botany, can you describe what grafting is, Ace, and anyone else who wants to chime in? In relation to botany and plants, what is grafting? Merging two plants together, basically, it's like Frankenstein of plants of the same type. Continue. Proceed. So let's say you want a tomato that's more resistant to certain plant. Frankenplanting. mean, yeah, dude. Tomato, tomato. Tomato, tobacco. Tomato, tobacco. Same thing. You can graft like that to make super tomatoes, but that plant won't make seeds that make super tomatoes. Okay. So, summarize. Correct me if I'm wrong. Grafting, in relation to plants, hi Yobus, is basically you take the stem of one plant, of a plant that you cut, and you basically tie it together with a different plant, well, the same plant, the same breed of plant, but a different, a different plant. And you basically cut it like this, and then you wedge the stem of a different plant, same breed, but you get what I mean, into that root, and then you tie it together. And then slowly, over time, the plants basically merge, and that old stem gets merged with the new stem, becoming one super plant that has a bunch of new attributes, not just making the tomatoes or any plant, not just making the plant sometimes bigger or have different attributes tied to them, but it also allows them to be a lot more resistant to natural things in the wild. Now you can see here, now it's kind of backwards because, as I said, usually you would cut the stem like this, and then you would put the new stem inside of that, and you would tie it together, right? So the bottom, the original older stem is like the original, you know what I mean? So it's kind of backwards in this instance, but you can see very clearly here that the Erd tree, the golden Erd tree that does go most of the way down, has this giant cut out of it, this giant section cut out of it that has a different colored tree that isn't this bright gold yellow. It's not like the rest of the tree. It's a normal brown color like any tree that you would see around. But the rest of the Erd tree is golden from the top down. You can also see here that the roots are also brown. All of the roots leading down into Lane Dell are all brown, not golden. Even if we were to go down into the deep root depths, where you can kind of see, this is kind of the base of the Erd tree. I mean, I know it kind of shows it over here, but this is the base of the Erd tree. You can see that this is the Elden Throne, where we can clearly see the trunk of the tree going down, and we hit this button. That's pretty fucking close to this one, where this is the primary trunk of the tree, right? It's also close to where Godwin is buried. But you look down here, if we were to travel down here, you can see all the way down here in the actual roots of the Erd tree, none of these are gold either. None of these are gold. They're all brown, like the tree. There's a couple things that we can theorize here, right? There isn't something that officially says, right? There's nothing in the game that officially nails down exactly what this means. There's things that give hints to some things, though. Now, there are multiple mentions in the game about a great tree. There's multiple mentions about this great tree. Now, you could say that this great tree is maybe the original tree that was here before the Erd tree. It also mentions the Erd tree being young. It mentions baby versions of the Erd tree multiple times throughout the game. So we know that at some point, there was both a time before the Erd tree and a time where the Erd Tree was in its adolescence. And yet, at the time of the game, it's this massive tree that is golden, and yet not all the way. So, the theory here is...
Do you need to really get back though?
Yes, I did. So the theory here is that this Erd Tree, this giant golden tree that has been present all the way since the beginning of the game, all the way from the first step, right here, all the way back then, when we were all the way back at the first step, we could see this massive tree, this massive golden tree called the Erd Tree. And yet, it wasn't there at first. There was a great tree. Once again, there's a couple different things that this could mean. One, just directly, the Erd Tree originally was... there was no Erd Tree. There was a great tree. I could look for the areas where it describes the great tree, but that'd take effort. So you're just going to take my word for it. We've definitely read the item descriptions before. There was a time before the Erd Tree where there was maybe a great tree in its place. Still a giant tree, but not to this degree. One of two things happened to this great tree. Really one of three things. One of three things happened to this tree. Either, one, it was cut down, and the Erd Tree was grown in its place using the roots of that great tree. That's option number one. Option number two, the Erd Tree is more like an infection, where the Erd Tree infected the great tree, and it became this, like the greater will is some kind of parasite. Or, finally, option number three, it wasn't cut down, but rather the seed that is the Erd Tree acted more like a meteor, kind of thing. It's something along those lines, but regardless, what seems to point to is that at one point, the Erd Tree wasn't the Erd Tree, but instead was a great tree. There's also option number four, I guess, where where the great tree is the Erd Tree, it just wasn't always glowing like this. It's like there's multiple different possibilities here. But you can see it in mentions of like the Immortal Crucible, in relation to stuff like this helmet. This mentions the Erd Tree, but it also mentions the Immortal Crucible. The Immortal Crucible could also be that original great tree. I believe there was also a charm that mentioned it somewhere. I don't remember which one, though. Give me a second. I can't find it where it mentions the great tree. There are mentions of it, though, I swear. I'm not leaving. I'm not lying. But, like, you can see here that this mentions a time where sap dripped from the Erd Tree, in turn symbolizing its youth. There's also this right here where it mentions an age of the Erd Tree beginning. So, like, there's constant mentions of this time where the Erd Tree was in its youth in some form. I can now equip a different thing. So it's like, there's multiple options here of what this could mean. Is it possible that that most of the great tree died? It is possible that the great tree died on its own, and the Erd Tree took its place in some way, be that through a faith and magic kind of way, or through force. Or through through a magic faith kind of way, or through just a botany kind of way where it was planted in its place. It is possible that it died naturally, is what I'm trying to say. This is all before she plucked the Rune of Death. This is all long before that. But that is possible, yes. This is like during Godfrey's wars. You don't know that? I do kind of know that. This is during This is during like the wars that Godfrey was fighting, or maybe slightly after it. So it's before all that. But yeah, regardless, they're theoretically, and it is possible that this is all bullshit, and the Erd Tree has been a thing forever, and that's just how it grew, okay? This is all fucking fantasy magic land, we don't know, right? But regardless, the theory is that Erd Tree that we've been seeing the entire game used to not be there. That part's fact. That Erd Tree that we see throughout the entire game used to not be there. The part that's theory is that instead there was a great tree that was there, and in some way, shape, or form, this Erd Tree was grafted onto that great tree, and it turned into the Erd Tree that we see in the game. Be that through magical means, be that through natural means, it doesn't matter. Regardless, that great tree, that Erd Tree, used to not be there. And now it is. That's really what I'm trying to get down to. And that's why I wanted Ace here to help guide us through the botany section. Because obviously, I already knew this. I wanted Ace and Maker to have their time to shine. But like that is very much a theory of the game. The other part of the theory is the crucible stuff. We don't necessarily know what any of that fucking means. We don't know what it's referencing when it talks about this immortal crucible or whatever the fuck. But what we do know is that if you look at this, sure, you could say those are horns, and this is supposed to be a primordial form of the Erd Tree. Those sure do not look like Erd Tree, huh? That doesn't look like Erd Tree. It says primordial form of the Erd Tree. You know what I mean? Like that. Those aren't golden. Those aren't golden. You know what I mean? So it's like, there's a lot of things that in this game that talk about a crucible. There's a lot of things in the game that talk about the primordial form of the Erd Tree. There's a lot of so on and so forth. But like, the point is that Erd Tree that is right there used to not be there. It's possible that there was a different tree there, but this Erd Tree was not there. Does that make sense? And then all of these minor Erd Trees didn't exist until the shattering. Because when Marika shattered the Elden Ring, I like that you can see over there where the meteor fell from the first step. That's pretty cool. But when she shattered the Elden Ring, and all of there was seeds that shot out of the Erd Tree and created these minor Erd Tree that we see throughout the game. So those are super new. Like last 100, maybe 1,000 years new. The Erd Tree's been around for so long. Regardless, this gives me an opportunity to talk to Merchant Kale about what we've seen underground. If we can. Well, it crashed. That's rare. My theory, as someone who doesn't pay attention well, is the Erd Tree was grafted onto OG plant for magic properties, but the Erd Tree didn't have the capacity to survive on its own, hence the grafting. Maybe, the Erd Tree, due to, like, its... When the Elden Ring was shattered and all that shit happened, it's very clear that the Erd Tree is directly tied to the Greater Will in the Golden Order, right? Like, that's obvious. There's too many things to point to that for that not to be the fact. I'm just going to walk there. It's right next to me, right? That's fact. We know that, right? How necessarily that went into being, how necessarily that happened, it's more of a question. The Erd Tree lets Radahn shoot meteors. That's incorrect. Radahn's meteors are magical. That's different. If anything, the stars let him do that. But that's incorrect. What if the tree said Erd girls make do?
Wait, weren't you... Well, you're back. Care to buy something?
Well, I can't tell him. That sucks. I'm not acknowledging that with a response. All right, let's go. Let's head back to our goal. There's a lot more to do with the Erd Tree, obviously. I mean, like, it's a massive thing that is in the center of the map that has a lot to do with the Elden Ring and America and the Golden Order. So obviously there's more there that we could talk about. But it's better that we wait. Better that we wait. We will get there when we get there. I'm the Erd Tree Maiden. So you're with... So Ace is for Golden Order. Interesting. You know that these giant redwoods that are hollow... I'm gonna read that again. You know those giant redwoods that are hollow but still grow leaves and stuff? It's because the oldest part of the trunk in the center died and rotted, but the outer layers of the trunk survive, and they are what brings water up the branches and leaves. I mean, that's possible. There are, I mean, like, with Godwin, the golden being at the roots, like, he is dead. You know, it's like, I had to step out at a second there. He is, like, infecting the roots. That's why so much of the... That's why, like, the death root stuff that we've been collecting and stuff, that's why that exists. Is because he's infecting the roots. But it's not all the roots. Not all of the roots have been infected. Notice that alongside the guidance of grace right there with that smoky appearance leading out, there's also the floating red stuff that is very similar in appearance. Small but notable. Now hang on, I think I'm forgetting something. I thought that there was a path up this elevator, so I'm gonna take it again. Found it. We get the official's attire. We'll read that in a second and talk about how that's notable later this stream, probably. And we got the Blade of Calling. The Blade of Calling was the weapon that Melania Trump, our finger maiden, fire maiden lady, used during the fight of Morgott. And that's why I summoned her, so that we could read this and you could have that context. Dagger given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. Melina. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. Former owner. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Blade of Gold. Leap into the air, charging the armament with golden flames that are then shot at the enemy as a single blade-like projectile, inflicts holy damage. We also got grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals. The darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. We'll talk about that later. We do not need to hear Trump and finger in the same sentence. Man, that fucking old man and his fucking old man enemy, I guess, make me fucking mad. They make me fucking mad. That debate got my blood boiling, I swear to God. Should I have a matcha latte or an ice cream cone? Matcha. Okay. So chat, this area, we're now heading into kind of the last act of the game. We are, of course, going to be interrupted during this act because we have to do the DLC. But we are kind of entering the last act of the game. Our goal is to get right here. Not right there. Sorry. Right here. Because then we'll be able to do the Volcano Manor. This area is Forbidden Lands, where we are heading into. We are heading into lands that people are not allowed to enter. It is sinful to enter this area. It is locked off and defended, as you've seen. These are Forbidden Lands. And because they are forbidden, agents of the Golden Order themselves can't go here. So in turn, in their place, instead of the agents of the Golden Order defending this area, they instead hire these little militiamen, and I used the word little intentionally, to defend the area in their place. I've spoken about this before, but people of small stature like Croissant are sinful. In the eyes of course, are sinful in the eyes of the Erd Tree and the Golden Order. It's viewed as bad. They're viewed as not good. Now, keep in mind that less than 10 minutes ago, Ace said that they were on the side of the Golden Order and the Greater Will. But they are against short people. They view them as sin and bad. Not to the degree where, like, they're just killing them off, but, like, they're not respected. And in turn, these militiamen kind of embrace that, but are still hired by the Golden Order in America to defend these lands, as they are not... they're not aligned with the Golden Order, but they will work for them. Short sinners. Yeah, the Greater Will, or more specifically the Golden Order. It's not necessarily the Greater Will. The Golden Order is, they're interesting. I forgot that you were here. Here's a prediction. And there's a Knight Cavalry here, because we're heading towards the place where we can burn the Erd Tree. So Morgoth put one of his Knight Cavalry here to defend the Erd Tree. Where the fuck you going, homie? One! Gotta keep it nighttime in order to fight them again. Is the stream overlay thing forever broken? What do you mean? What's broke? Oh, you mean the crowd control thing? It broke because they put out the DLC. They're working hard to fix it. Crowd control are. I've been following it very attentively, their progress in their Discord and stuff. They're working on it. It'll get there. I'm hoping that it'll get there by next week. We are only playing this one time this week, right now. So I'm hoping that it gets there by the end of next week. But if it does not, we are going to roll back our save to the previous update so that we can play with crowd control as we progress. A hooked blade attached to a long handle, wielded by the vulgar militia. Its attack Its attack can slip through the enemy's guard. The Vulgar Militia are the undecorated stewards of rancid, scorched battlefield that none dare approach, in forbidden domains better forgotten by the rest of the world. That's where we are. Is that a spear? Or a glaive, rather? Oh, it is. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. What does dual-wielding halberds look like? Whoops. Oh, that's there now. Kind of shit. Okay. How much progress will be lost? None. I still need to look up how to duplicate my save. Being ignored? I did miss it. I mean, I seen that you said I had a question about the Erd Tree, and I said, go for it. Have you said your question? That's all I've seen. I think the trick to these guys is being on your horse first. Didn't realize the go for it was directed at me. You don't need to ask permission to ask a question. You can just ask the question as well. But I will answer. Assuming that it's not spoilers or things that we will see. As I said, there is a lot more in relation to the Erd Tree. Fuck. 2. A lot of the lore that, like, we're going to be touching on, not necessarily this session, it'll probably be a couple sessions from now, is dragon stuff. We haven't been able to talk a lot about the dragons that much, but the dragons, like, are a very pivotal point in the story, because, like, it is, like, the biggest war that Godfrey fought, you know? Like, we haven't really touched on that much, and we will, but... Speaking of, what level am I? 133? Okay. Far off. I'm pretty far off. Okay. I miss it when you guys could send me prawns. This guy, on the other hand, much more close to my level. Fuck! 2, I think? Might be 3? I think that was 2. No. Is it absolutely certain that the minor Erd trees are from seeds? Because there are some types of trees that have entire groves that are actually colonies of genetic clones linked underground by their root system. And I think it would be sick as fuck if the Erd trees were a colonial system. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come. Golden seed. So, like, is it possible that the minor Erd trees are something different? Sure. Maybe. But there are golden seeds in the game. So. Anyways, we're going P. There's also this, the cerulean seed. Which says the Erd tree was once perfect and eternal, thus it was believed that the Erd tree seeds could not exist. On top of that, we also have, as I read earlier, oh, not that one, this one. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd tree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erd tree became more of an object of faith. So at one point, the Erd tree was viewed as perfect and eternal, and therefore it couldn't have children. As that's kind of a theme throughout the game. People aren't having kids because of the eternal life that Marika has given them. Without death, there cannot be life. But at a certain point, the Erd tree stopped producing sap. It stopped being perfect and eternal, and instead started reproducing. Those minor Erd trees are instances of it reproducing, as well as the little trees that we've been getting the seeds from. So, like, I'm not saying that it's impossible that it could be, like, a colonial kind of system like you're saying, Farm. It is possible. But there are mentions of seeds and stuff. Hi, Chai. How are you? How is your stream? Can someone shout out Chai, please? Ooh, I'm being chased. No, we're good. Ooh. Sir? Alright, then explain those titties. I need to work on them. Now I must go eat and sleep. Have a nice night. I love you. Mwah! Okay. Did I not make it nighttime? Well, there I go. Hello, sir. Okay. To answer that in a second. This is attempt 3, by the way, I think. Could be 4. I don't know. Three! Do each of the minor Erd trees correspond to a piece of the Great Rune? Because then it would make sense that seeds would fall from the shattering of the Great Rune. No, they're kind of separate. I mean, like if you look at their placement, right? There's one here in the Altus Plateau. There's another one over here that's burned down and poisoned, but is in the Volcano Manor. There's one right here. Then there's one right here. And then there's one right here. And there's one right here. They don't really... like, they're just in each of the regions, and there also happens to be a boss in that region as well. It's not necessarily that... like, there's 2 here, right? But then again, there is also both Ronnie and Renala in this area. But there's 2 here. Like, it's just kind of... there's kind of just 1 per area. In a way. Not necessarily related to the Great Runes themselves. But when the Elden Ring was shattered, that's when the seeds got scattered. You like that little rhyme? Yeah, that's right. I'm a rapper. What about it? But like, it is possible that the minor Erd tree having its seeds scattered happened before the golden seeds that we've been collecting. Like, it could be two separate instances as well. I mean, like, the minor Erd trees are much larger than the little trees that we've been collecting these seeds from. Did I forget to make it nighttime again? Man, I hate that I have to do this every time. Okay. Well, or... Oh, oh, oh! Oh, hey. You just had to despawn a little bit. Yeah, that's normal. We all gotta do it every now and then. Yeah, when was the last time you respawned? Personally, for me, it's been, like, about 26 years, almost. You cheated. 5. Bunch of youngins here. Croissant, you were, like, 1 year older than me. Don't act like you're 47, alright? Because you have a broken hip like a 47-year-old doesn't make you a 47-year-old, all right? Jesus Christ. Remember when Ace lied to me about their birthday? And then when they tried to tell me what their birthday actually was, I didn't believe them because they lied to me about their birthday. That fucking hip check that the horse does. It's me every time. That's 5. Whew. This Ash of War grants Phantom Slash, skill inspired by the fond remembrance of the Knight's Cavalry. Creates an apparition of the Knight's former instructor who guides a joint lunging upward strike. Upward swing. I know how to read. Additional input allows for follow-up attack. I know how to read. Freshly singed battlegrounds, effusing with the stench of the dead. Forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. This is where the vulgar militia serve as untiring, unsung watchkeepers. I know how to read. Indeed asked me how old I was in the dollar store the other day before saying he didn't expect that and that I'm pretty. Can't tell if that's weird or if that was just good. Because, like, I can't tell if that's weird or good. It's kind of like a little bit of both. Like, was there an age requirement for you to be pretty? I don't... It reads weird. I feel like it's both. But I'm kind of leaning on the weird. But I feel like it's both. A lot of men like women being younger. Oh, I'm a content creator. Don't you worry. I keep up with the news of my industry. You know? He did say he was 22. Hang on. He did say he was 22, so maybe he just didn't think I was going to be 3 years older than him. Okay, I take it back. In my head, I was imagining this as like a 40-plus-year-old man. I have taken it all back. It is no longer weird. That is just cute. That is just good. I take it back. I take it back. That is now only good. The weirdness has been removed. Ball. Kinda need to kill that ball, actually, now that I've ignored it. I don't know if I'm gonna get to it in time. Those balls give me Estus Flask, by the way. I'm on my Wii. Okay. I mean, like, I think that, for me at least, from my perspective, it doesn't really matter whether or not he thought you'd be older or younger. The end result was good. And because he is a younger man that is somewhere around your age and not a man that is very clearly rapidly older than you. That's a weird adjective for me to use there, but you get the idea. In turn, it makes it not weird and just vaguely good, you know? If it was like a 40-year-old dude, like even if it was like a 30-year-old dude, it'd be normal, right? But if it was like a 40-year-old dude or a 50-year-old dude, you know, and he was like, wasn't expecting that. That to me immediately echoes that either he thought that you were older, which is a little weird, or younger, which is also a little weird. Also, what the fuck is a Blackblade Kindred? Oh, hi. I'm gonna run by this guy. I have 100,000 runes over on me. I would like to find a side of grace before I fight this guy. I'm now okay with fighting this guy. No, I think he was just an awkward kid. An awkward dude. As most people are nowadays in this internet era. Prediction time? True. Boop. I think I know where you are. I am in the Forbidden Lands. Or, I believe the actual title is Forbidden Outskirts, but you get the idea. Same difference. Same shit, different paint. I did what I call the rapid risk assessment, which is where I decide if a dude is a threat in the millisecond it takes me to say, before I respond to them. I decided he wasn't a threat, otherwise I wouldn't have even answered him when asked. Okay. Forbidden Lands. Yeah, there you go. I think out here, I think this is the Forbidden Lands, and then up here is more like the Forbidden Outskirts. Did I pass by the map? No, okay. I've actually seen one of these guys before. I mean, obviously he's similar to the gargoyle, but he's a bit different. I should say it's a bit different. But it's a bit different, but we have seen one that is just like this one before. It's outside of where Garank is, the beast guy that's like, give me this, he's chilling out there. But we haven't fought him yet, because he's scary. And I'm what I like to call a coward. What attempt are we on? This is 3. Didn't think that hit me. Yeah, what did I literally just say? This is attempt 3, right? That was 3, right? Right? Okay. Okay. Bronze great axe wielded by valiant gargoyles, mended with blackened corpse wax, deals holy damage. Such is the mark of those who serve Malekith, the Black Blade. Same shit. The Malekith, the Black Blade is, we've heard about him a little bit. You know how Blythe was Ronnie's shadow, where Blythe was given to Ronnie by the Greater Will, but his, like, loyalty kind of backfired on them, and in turn he became more loyal to Ronnie than he did to the Greater Will. Malekith is that, but for America. Malekith is America's Blythe, where he is a loyal subject given to America by the Greater Will, but is not as dog-coded, I guess, as Blythe was.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin.
That's why
will unbind death
Morgoth didn't want to do it.
and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the fingers.
Hey, God. Why don't I have a pink, yellow, pink? God, I really need to take the back. I need to retake the back picture so bad. Right, we'll do that one. Okay. Burning the Earth Tree is a cardinal sin, so Morgoth didn't want to do it because he was extremely loyal to the Golden Order, even though the Golden Order is the reason he was trapped in a sewer for hundreds of years. Yeah. Morgoth very much an underdog. Did I say 15,000 or 15,000 or 150,000? 15,000. Okay, that's what I thought. That's on religious trauma, basically. Yeah. Hey. I need those for thumbnails. there's Lindell. There's the Erd Tree, with obviously right around there being where we entered it from the other side, obviously. You can kind of vaguely see the dragon. There's the tower we were just in. All the way down there is the outskirts. Well, not really. Actually, the outskirts right there. That's where we entered the capital to begin with. Now we're getting a rhymed Roa. Roa fruit is a fruit that is, it's kind of like a cattail, where it's a bunch of condensed fibers inside of it. It is only consumable by torrent and other like horses and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. You can see down there, there's a mausoleum chilling. You can see some ghostly trees. I think I'm looking in the wrong direction. We'll figure it out. Torrent is such a dumb name. It's an extremely smart name because now nobody can look up Elden Ring Torrent and find out how to easily pirate the game. You'll notice ghostly deer, similar to when we fought the ancestral spirit long ago, the big deer boss. You see the ghostly trees, a lot of ghostly imagery, kind of pointing to this place's relation to souls, and that kind of thing. Welcome to the Zaymore Ruins. That's why it's dumb, but that's also why it's incredibly smart. Where is it? There they are. Zaymore are an incredibly unique group of people in the story. This is where a lot of the ice sorcery stuff comes in play. So in turn, they're Maker's favorite faction. Learn more about them in a second as we gain items and stuff from them. I don't want to just say everything off the cuff. But they're not easy to fight because they flow around and they do this. I couldn't see because of my big-ass pumpkin head. That's very funny. Homie. Evie, hello! How's your stream? Is it called Fragpunk? How is Fragpunk? How are you? Welcome, everybody, to an insanely different stream. Welcome in, everybody, to a not shooter, where we are currently neck deep in Elden Ring. Of course, cheaters? What do you mean? Oh, wait, hang on. I think I have enough to level up. Might need to use a thing. Yeah, I'm very close. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. I'm not a pumpkin eater. I'm the pumpkin itself. Yeah, I'm balls deep in the Erd Tree, yeah. You might remember this guy, chat, for those of you that have been watching the whole time. This guy right here is the person that helped us defeat the dragon at the very beginning of the game. All the way back by the lake at the very beginning. He helped us fight a dragon there. We also helped him find his companion, who he seemed to have some sort of romance with, where we fought his companion and defeated her while he was laying dead on the floor, basically. That happened around, I think it was here-ish? No, it was over here, this one. We fought his, like, lover and defeated her because she was a follower of Mogwin, who follows the blood goddess, the Formless Mother, which he is actively against. But he kind of, like, he was hunting her down because, like, he wanted to, like, redeem her, but instead she just killed him. We also helped him fight some of these blood people around here at the main academy gate, where he was invading someone. Yeah, so we helped him out in that. But regardless, he died. He's right there.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate, for he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri.
Pop quiz, who's Shabriri?
Your peace with that. You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be Lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy
Nailed it. Bingo.
requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon? Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world.
Hear how his demeanor changes?
Chosen, tarnished, descend into the seek audience.
The Shabriri, you guys nailed it. Some of you, not Angie, who said it was my mom. My mom is a rock goddess. Thank you very much. But Shabriri is the person whose name is on all of the grapes that we've been feeding to a character named Hyetta. On top of that, disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. Constantly attracts enemy aggression. It is said that the man, named Shabriri, had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander. And with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. We have two of these. We also can see clearly on his design, as this is a uniform reincarnation of Shabriri himself, or perhaps Shabriri is in some way the Flame of Frenzy themselves now. That he is kind of cusping his eyes in a way. What the fuck? I didn't do nothing. Don't threaten me. Who do you think you are? Anyways, I forgot to pick up this map. That's important before we go. Before we go, let's pick up the map. Can't forget that. Now you can see this whole zone. See that? However, notably, there's more over here. And there's more over here. I missed crowd control. Me too. It'll be back next stream. Whether I have to bring it back or if it gets updated to come back. When I rest here, still chilling there. However, that is what I wanted to do today, chat. Now we are burned by the flame of frenzy. Our eyes have changed from the, I think it was green hue that they are before, into a bright yellow of frenzy that glows in the dark. You can see the chaos spewing from within. This is us now. Let us re-equip our garb. With our goofy pants. Our right sword. A sword of execution. A sword with thorns layering the hilt. A sign of our guilt. A sign of the chaos within. Our left sword, a sign... Well... Our left sword, a Ronnie's sword, a sign of our marriage, of the life we once lived, the ending we once received. And yet this time is different. This time we embrace the chaos within. I told you that there was lore reasons for the choices that I made.
The flame of chaos has nestled within you. Could you please rest your hand upon me? Burn me with the flame to make me your maiden. Oh, it burns. My eyes, they're melting. Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
No, I don't know what the mistake is.
Those who gave me grapes howled without words, saying they wished they were never born. Become their lord, take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, and melt it all away. As the Lord of Chaos, no more fractures, no more birth.
Burns from within. Formless sacred seal bestowed by the Maiden of the Three Fingers. Enhances incantations of the Frenzied Flame. This seal, is the mark of the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Scales incantations using strength, dexterity, intelligence, and faith all together. I don't think we could use that to cast our spells, though. I think this is faith stuff. You know. We don't use incantations, we use sorceries.
You have inherited the frenzied flame. A pity. You are no longer fit. Our journey together ends here. And remember, should you rise as the Lord of Chaos, I will kill you. As sure as night follows day, such is my duty. For allowing you the strength of runes. Goodbye, my companion. Goodbye, Torrent.
We don't need her. We're strong. We're independent. Maidenless? Decline. We didn't need maidens to begin with. We are strong. Learn to live alone. You can be stronger when you have someone else. I forgot to check her body. Now, Briri is gone. In his place, the gear that once belonged to the Ronin we once knew. The man, once known as Yura, kept the woman in the deepest reaches of his heart. Iron Kasav, the man, calls himself Shabriri. Gear's pretty cool, though. I believe it's on the lighter side here. His gear's pretty cool, though. Pretty cool looking. Kind of weeby, kind of not. Still kind of has that European style. Obviously, the helmet is like super weeby, but the actual gear itself is kind of more on the. Even though it's supposed to come from the what's the word, East or whatever, it's still very like European-esque. No. We're killing maidens. We're killing everyone. We're going to destroy the Erd Tree and consume the world in endless, frenzy-focused flame. We're going to consume and absorb the world in chaos and in torment that lies within the primordial remains of the earth, of the lands between, rather. All that's left is flame. You can also still walk back here. That P-brain, so I'm gonna ask again. Okay. Now, you push forward. When are you doing the DLC? I remember you said you were going to do it before the end. So the plan is, first off, boom. Still there, by the way. So the plan is what we're going to do. Is we're going to play the game all the way up until, Melania, by the way, is an optional boss. So we're going to play it all the way up until Melania, and then we're not going to enter Melania's boss door. We're also going to play it all the way up to the final boss, but we're not going to go in. Instead, we are going to cut off and go do the DLC. And do the DLC stuff, and then we will come back after the DLC and both fight Melania, hoping that she has a different cutscene this time around, and finish the game. If there is a new ending in relation to the DLC, then we'll get that one. But I'm also going to duplicate my save. So the goal with doing it this way is making it so that we can finish the game, getting the ending that I got the first time, the Age of the Stars, which we're already prepped to do, and getting the Frenzy ending, which we're also prepped to do, and getting, if there is one, the third ending that is tied to the DLC. That's the goal. So I'm going to duplicate my save right before we get to that end game, making it so that we can get all of the endings. That I would like to get. Might even do it a fourth time to get just the default ending. Arm, did you miss us getting burned? It's a shame. It's very cool. What's the best ending for the lanes between? Age of Stars, Ronnie's ending. Yes, crowd control will be back on for the endings. It will be disabled for the DLC. When we get to the DLC, I will be bringing it back down to just a new game. I will be leveling in the DLC, though. How does Ronnie's ending affect the lanes between? Ask me that when we finish the game. I'm not going to spoil it right now. Okay. As I said, these guys suck. Hazard, how you doing? We talking lore up in this place? We are. Man, these guys suck. No. Holy shit! Dude needs to play basketball. Holy fuck. Let me get one piece of lore. These guys are the Zamor. They're enemies of giants. They use ice stuff. Giants use fire stuff. Because there's the fire giant, which they've talked about. And also the giant cauldron that is going to burn the Erd Tree. So it's pretty like directly ice versus fire kind of situation, you know what I mean? Pretty direct. Yeah, let's approach this from a different angle. I'll read that in a second. Oh. What? So you get naked and then I left? Yeah, you left it like the worst time. What happened? I cannot recap it. Like, it is, I'm... cannot. Like, it's... Oh, I'm dead. Before Ascension was a member of the Newman race, which are the same people, from which the Black Knife assassins hail. Yes, but they are also the same as the Nox. But the Nox could also be a variant off of that race, but I forget what it's called. But it's like it's some silver whatever race. So it's also related to that. The Newman are also related to the Newman are also related to the people that come from space. They're space people. A lot of people use that to like connect directly the Black Knife assassins and Marika herself. People say that like they're related or like they knew each other or something like that. So like a lot of people take that lore tidbit and conflate it. To make it like they knew each other and were like related to each other, but that's like being like, hey, you're both Asian, so clearly you're related. You know, it's like, that's like, you know, like, a lot of people, conflate that one quite a bit. But like, yeah. It's not necessarily that they aren't from the lands between. The Newman, in general, like, from the antithesis, isn't from the lands between. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Marika or the Black Knife assassins aren't from the lands between. You get, it could be descendant kind of situation. You get what I'm saying? At least initially, they weren't from the lands between. From the get-go, they weren't. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? It could be like a descendant kind of situation. Because we are also could be a descendant situation. We're a Tarnished. And, but that doesn't necessarily mean we were part of Godfrey's army, like the other Tarnished. A lot of the other Tarnished are. It could also just mean that we are a descendant of the people that fought in Godfrey's army. You get what I'm saying? It's one of those things where it's like, because the world of Elden Ring is such like a long period of time from the get-go of like from when we play the game to the Shattering, to Godfrey's Reign, and that kind of thing, because there's such a long period of time between all of these, there's a lot of possibilities of what things could mean in the timeline of things. Yeah, Newman is one of the archetypes. We are the, I forget the name of it, but we are a, no, they don't like you if you pick it. Again, just because you're a race doesn't mean all the other people of the race like you. You know, it's very much based in reality. But like, fucking, we are Beastkin, I think it's called. Which we've met a couple people, a couple creatures that are closely related to us. But I don't want to talk more about that until we get to an area where that would make sense. Lands between equals asshole. The Dung Eater is Soul Air. Furled Finger is how you play Souls game. The whole game is calling people old and single. That's why it's the Elden Ring. Miyazaki is trolling us and profiting. Fun fact, not about Elden Ring, but about Dark Souls. The original title of Dark Souls was Dark Race. Then after that, after Miyazaki realized that for Westerners, that has a racist connotation to it, they renamed it to Dark Lord. Very quickly renamed it from that because Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, so on and so forth. Very quickly renamed it from Dark Lord to Dark Ring. That's a butthole. Then they named it Dark Souls. And when Dark Souls, fun fact, another fun fact in relation to that, that Dark Race title was so set in stone that when the game was first revealed at Tokyo Game Show, that was its name. It was called Dark Race. So then, in the Tokyo Game Show reveal of the very first trailer of Dark Souls, they call it Project Dark. Yep. Man, I hate birds. All birds, hate them. Could have stuck with Dark Ring. Yeah, they went through quite a journey to find the name Dark Souls. Yep. A little fun fact about Dark Souls and not Elden Ring. But yeah, hi Grinning, how are you, first off? Second off, we just finished talking about the Flame of Frenzy, and how we took it on. Now I'm trying to get to the giant area, but these birds are eating my ass. As they do. They named it Dark Cables because the lore is so convoluted and knotted together. For Dark Souls? Incorrect. For Elden Ring? Correct. For Dark Souls, it's pretty straightforward. It's correct to me. Alright, here's the lore of Dark Shells. Fucking another crab's treasure. Here's the lore for Dark Souls in a nutshell. 2 storylines. Fire, Abyss. Fire is the cycle. You light the fire. Abyss is darkness. You don't light the fire. There you go, there's Dark Souls. That's the entire story of Dark Souls. That's it. Dark Shells playthrough when? We already played it. Say it slower. I missed the first half of the lore. Fire link cycle. Hey, Medi, how you doing? You can dumb it down. Fire link cycle abyss dark. I understand now. Fire light abyss dark. No light. Do it without vowels. For Dirk. Okay. That's it. That's all I got. Here's the plot of Dark Souls 3. Stab a chick in the face. Now you're married and a king. Congrats. Light fire. Yeah, basically, yeah. I think you meant Dark Souls 2, but yeah. Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1. What's that? You don't understand Dark Souls 3 story? Oh, that's cool. It's Dark Souls 1's. There you go. You now know Dark Souls 3 story. You want to know Bloodborne story? Gods are bad. Done. That's it. Here's Elden Ring's story. Christianity. Alright, you now understand. Like, it's... Now, Elden Rings is very convoluted, because there's a lot of, like... There's a lot of, There's a lot of different elements at play, and all of them are in the background, and none of them are in the foreground. How you doing, Davian? It's been 20 years. Eyes make smart? Oh, what's that? Eyes? Okay, hang on. Didn't die. Okay. Oof. Now, what's your opinion of monkeys? I'll read that in a second. We've kind of spoken about these guys a little. Kind of spoken about these guys a little bit already, but we'll retread some ground. So there's multiple gods in Elden Ring, multiple outer gods. The one we just talked about a lot was the Frenzy god, the god of frenzy, who primarily works through a man named Shabriri, a person named Shabriri, rather. And that's like the primary apostle of the god of frenzy. We spoke about that a lot. We've also spoken about the greater will, and how the greater will works through Marika, and there are people within the greater will's vision, and there are people outside of the greater will's vision. Those that are outside of it are usually called Tarnished. That's us. Now, there are other gods in the Lands Between that we haven't spoken about a lot. We haven't spoken a lot about the gods of the stars, primarily the moon, and the dark side of the moon that is tightly related to Rani. We haven't had much opportunity to talk about that, and I'm going to be real with you. We're not going to have that much opportunity in general, because anything related to that is barely spoken about. And we haven't spoken a lot about the Formless Mother, who is related to Mogwin, because we haven't met Mogwin yet. Not really. We kind of did. We fought him down in the depths, but we barely talked about him. We also haven't talked about the Rock God that much. We've mentioned them a little bit because we have been down to the rot swamp and stuff like that, but I haven't spoken a lot about them. However, for right now, the god that we're speaking about right now, and the god that is going to be mostly focused on for the next 2 sessions of this game, most likely, maybe more, maybe less, is a god that is only ever referenced as the Fell God. They are only ever referenced as the Fell God. Now, that name kind of tells us a little bit about them. They're a god. They're the only one that has the word God in their name. So, like, they're a god. And at some point, they fell. Now, what does fell mean? In the relation to Christianity, usually fell is like a fallen angel. You know, a devil, a demon, so on and so forth. A fallen angel, they fell, you know? So, like, looking at it from that perspective of this being some kind of holy entity, it could mean that they either fell literally and fell from the heavens, the space where all outer gods are, to some degree. So either they fell, and they ended up on this planet, in the lands between, which perhaps is where the giants come from, as the Fell God is very tightly related to the giants. So either they fell literally, or they fell, what's the word? It starts with an M. Metaphorically, thank you. They fell metaphorically, where rather than falling literally, that's more like a fell from grace kind of situation, or even less so, fell from people's worship or something along those lines. Maybe we'll learn as we go, but that's good enough for now. The Fell God, like I said, is very tightly related to the giants, which is why these people are here. This is a giant... These are the Giants Mountains. You can see... never mind, you can't. I lied. But these are the Giants Mountains. So it's very tightly related to the giants. The giants worship the Fell God. And these people, who were originally prisoners, or not necessarily prisoners, but... sinners, I guess. You can see that they have thorns written across their eyes. These people also worship the Fell God in the fire, and is again viewed as heretical to the Greater Will and the Golden Order, because obviously fire can burn the Erd Tree. But these people who were once blinded had the ability to see beyond. That happens oftentimes in not just Elden Ring, but other FromSoft games. It is a very concurrent and stable thread of plot, even outside of the Souls games and FromSoft, where that is a common thing. Like in martial arts movies and stuff like that, there's like the trend of like, you should be able to fight in the dark or whatever, or why blinded, you know, that's the kind of thing. It happened in Teen Titans even, like that's a very common thread. So like the ability to not see reality for these people who were blinded by these thorns allowed them to see the greater beyond. This is also true for the Flame of Frenzy with Hyetta, who we just met, or multiple other times throughout the lands between. This is mentioned. The blind swordsman who helped Melania learn how to push back the rot inside of her. It's like it's a very common thread, and for these people, not being able to see reality allowed them to see through the veil into the Fell God and that kind of thing. Feels like Prometheus analog, could be. So hard, albeit unintentionally, especially since the fell flame spell from the Fire Thief. But I think it's just me doing some red yarn conspiracy theory. There is a lot of Greco-Roman. Have a good lurk, Keon. There is a lot of Greco-Roman stuff in this game, but a lot of it is related to the Nox and the Noxtella, rather than the Fell God and stuff. So I wouldn't put it past them to pull a Prometheus kind of thing, or an Icarus, whatever, you know, go into the sun kind of thing. Like, I wouldn't put it past them. Pull from some other religion or mythology, you know what I mean? But yeah, I tried to backstab them, I could not. Good night, Grinning. I love you. Mwah! If you want to see all the lore through Grinning, exclamation mark Vox. Seem to be into it. If you correct me when I'm wrong. Also, hi, so welcome back. Also, I mentioned it earlier, but the Giants, once again, are one of the first wars that Godfrey fought for America. Once again, because of their relation to fire. Okay. Maybe if I ate a prawn, I wouldn't be having issues. Prawn got me hit. An idea. Do it at me again, coward. Do it, coward. That's not your big flame spurt. Do your flame spurt, coward. Okay, I timed it wrong. Do coward. Do your flame spurt, coward. Hey, coward, do your flame spurt. Coward. It's very hard to time. Hey, coward, do your flame spurt. Hey, thank you. It's very hard. It's very hard to time. It's extreme. It's not gonna happen. Coward. Can we get a shout out for Hazard on his way out, by the way? I heard fought for America. I mean, I fought for America, alright? Like, I'm proud to be an American. No, hey, man, why fire hurt you when you got squeezed like a hog? This fire different from Frenzy Fire. Frenzy Fire did hurt, just didn't kill. Squeezed like a hog. It reminded me of that one video of that guy squeezing the hogs inside the pipes. You know the one. Don't know the one, you know the one. I wish I hit this character instead of me. It would have been fun. Eat bubbles. beady. If they all worship America, does that make them American? They don't worship America. They worship the greater will. America is like, I said this before. I'm not going to say it again because I think I might have been wrong. I'm going to do a prediction for this. America's like the messenger. Greater will is the God. America's the Pope. You know? I pull you. Oh, miss. I pull. Oh. Dead. I didn't find it rapidly, okay. America is like a pharaoh. Yeah. Yeah. Kinda. Kind of pharaoh-y, yeah, I guess, yeah. I was thinking more like, and I'm not sure how right it is, because I'm not a religious person. I don't know religious study, but I think what it is it's Muhammad was the messenger for Allah. I think that's how it was. And that's the reference that I made before, but I'm still not certain that I'm correct. I don't know religion very well. Real life religion. Video game and fictional religion, I know so fucking well. Real life religion, don't know shit. Don't know jack shit. Don't know jack shit. Here it is. This is what I was referencing. That is all. That's what I was referencing. Pretty good, right? Like, for blowing pigs in pipes, it's a good song. What the fuck is he doing to that pig? Oh, you know what he's doing to that pig. Every now and then you gotta pull the squeaker out and pull the squeaker out, you know what I mean? Oh. Thank you. Burrito, how are you? Jumped over, nerd. I got headbutted. Whoa! Oh, that didn't do anything. Have some bubbles. Alright, okay. Hope you don't respawn. Woo! I was expecting to get their whip. But instead I got their nay-nay. Helm engraved with a sacred countenance and housing of a cauldron. Attire of the fire prelates, commanders of the fire monks. It is said the cauldron perched atop the head was originally furnished with embers and would surge into flames when the wearer's faith reached its zenith. Why am I always burpy when I start reading? The fire of this cauldron has since died out, however. And there's an aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorcery most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of punishment, sending a trail of blood thorns running over the ground to impale enemies below. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There, they discovered the Blood Star. Okay. And then there's, cloaked in the icy tempests, the Knights of the Zaymor have challenged the Fire Giants since ancient times. They're ancient enemies of the Fire Giants. And are, like, icy and stuff. Anyways, pushing on. That one took me a minute. You can see here, this is basically just a very thin bridge. Probably too small for giants, so most likely built by those of the Golden Order. Maybe Godfrey's Tarnished. Regardless, it kind of resembles a chain, which is, you know, symbolic of how they locked down the giants and that kind of thing. You can also see here, there is smoldering butterflies, which once again, and I've said this before, are very tightly related. All of the butterfly... Ah, shit. Welcome to Anor Londo, everybody. The butterflies are, like, usually related to a character. Like, there's the Aeonian butterfly, which is very tightly related to Melania, who is obviously the goddess of rot to some degree. There's the nascent butterflies, which are related to Mikola. More on that later. And then there's... both of these are two of Marika's children. Another thing that backs up Melina, our now ex-Fire Maiden, being a child of Marika, is the fact that there is a butterfly that is tightly related to fire, and so is she. As you've heard, she is meant to sacrifice herself and burn in the cauldron atop this mountain in order to burn the Erd Tree. Us taking the Flame of Frenzy makes it so that she no longer has to do that. However, that's her destiny, so doing it is a betrayal to her. However, it does let her live by us doing that. More on that later. There is more story in relation to that. But you're going to have to wait a minute, as we are going to literally meet the characters that are related to that. So why would I tell you the story about it now when I can just fucking show you, you know? You can see down here in the area that we haven't been, there are giant pillars. These could be frozen but broken off trees, or they could just be pillars. I don't know. There's a mausoleum out there, and there's a broken and dead Erd tree right there. Yeah, that's it. That's it for now. Also, I'm good. Good. I have a feeling that this is chat and Drew in a nutshell with the piggies. I do squeeze chat until they squeal. We're almost there. We are not making it to the top of this mountain right now. We're going to backtrack a little bit. As you might recall, we entered the Volcano Manor. We never fought Ricard. The reason for that is because we are doing Aneth's story, which I will recap when we get there. And to continue her story, we need to finish off the Volcano Manor stuff, which led up here. We are also goodbye, Quack. I love you. We are also doing Gerank's storyline, which also requires us to be up here, but not burn the Erd tree quite yet. This is Millicent. She is a character very tightly related to Melania, to the degree that she's probably Melania's child to in some way. She was a baby born inside of the rot, along with her, I think, 6 sisters, who all have names that I don't know from the top of my head, but they all start with M. You might remember her because we've fought alongside her quite a bit. We also gave her the prosthesis that she has right there. We gave her a needle, which is helping her fend off scarlet rot inside of her. And Gowry, her adoptive father, said that she is a bud that will once flourish and be, I don't know, whatever, you get it.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly... No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again, in battle, should you have the need. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree.
Is that it?
I'm searching for a... I heard the...
In fact, the fort that she's talking about is my fort. Mine. I own it. As in me, Drew the person. Not our character. My fort, not Scoons. I forgot our name. Scoon. Oh, we've also been getting fire blossoms. Half-ashen and smoldering flower that blooms on the mountaintops of the giants, fertilized by the spark from the forge at the peak where burns the flame of ruin. You notice they call it the flame of ruin. What we've seen with the hand and stuff is the flame of frenzy. Different. We're close. More golems, most likely fought in the war of with Godfrey. However, also could just be here as a remnant to defend the cauldron and stop people from potentially burning the Erd tree. Unclear. Timeline unknown of when these golems got here. Regardless, they are most likely the Golden Order's property, not the Giant. American Truck Simulator is 90% off on Steam. That's fucking sick. How much is the DLC? together. A little glitchy. Okay. We need to go this way? Yeah. You can see that even up here, demi-humans exist. They're not just down in Limgrave. Demi-humans are everywhere. They're this game's version of goblins, and if there was ever a D&D world based on Elden Ring, I would play a demi-human. I'm putting that on the record, and I'm hoping it into existence. One day I get to play in an Elden Ring themed D&D game, or a Pathfinder, whatever, and I will play a demi-human. But I feel as though I'm the only person I know that could possibly DM that. I don't know if I'm supposed to go on top. These are way more powerful bats than we've seen before. Oh, they got like painted wings. That would be so cool. Maybe I'll do it one day. Still want to learn Pathfinder so bad. I just don't have enough time. And I'm going to quit streaming and just become a Pathfinder DM, okay? Thank you. I hope you appreciate this change. I'm going to dedicate 100% of my bussy to Pathfinder. Thank you. No? Oh, shit. Alright, I guess I can't do it. Man. Man. Alright, I'm sick. Whoops, wrong thing. Worked out, kinda. Yeah. I am probably going to take a couple extra days off in July, though, by the way. Not for Pathfinder, but for editing this video, by the way. I'm already taking 2 days off because, theoretically, because I'm going to be going to, I'm going to be going on a little bit of a road trip with some friends, and I have a wedding at some point. Not my wedding, but I have to go to a wedding. My wedding was like a couple weeks ago when we married Ronnie, but like I have to go to a wedding. Here's the summon sign. Is there a grace here? We'll read those in a minute. You can see there's a pile of golems here, once again suggesting that the golems fought in the war against the giants. He's renewing his vows. I mean, the wedding I'm going to is my grandfather, my blood grandfather, and my unrelated grandmother, I guess. I don't know. Renewing their vows. So there is vows being renewed. It's just not mine. You might recognize the name Hoslow. Wrong thing. Chat, pop quiz, who's Hoslow? Who do we know with the last name Hoslow that isn't this guy? God, that dash is cool. You? No. Whippy individual. Godwin? No. That was possibly the worst guess. Someone you killed? Nope. I don't blame you. This is niche information. I forget his first name, but Hoslow is a character, is Dialos. Dialos Hoslow. He used to always say the tale of House Hoslow is coated in blood or something like that. It's his brother, Juno Hoslow's brother. He very briefly was a part of the Volcano Manor, the person that I'm doing this side quest for right now. Until he gave it up to help the jars in Jarburg. He is now the person that patches them up and stuff. Well, he died. Now this is his brother. We are killing his brother. Yalos. Take his chains. I believe we do get his weapon from this fight. Only one, though. Not both. Never heard of him in my life. It was a very long time ago. We are like 30, 40 minutes out from when that happened. Did I say minutes? Sorry, hours. Didn't mean to do this. That was an accident. Didn't mean to do this. That was an accident. However, as I've said previously, whips are bad. Whips in this game are not good. In fact, whips in all of From's games are possibly the worst weapons in the game. His helmet's cool, though. Whip it good. Do 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 do. Whips are fun as fuck. Weapon can be fun and bad. The helmet I'm wearing is statistically not good. But I'm still going to use it. Elden Ring global emote. think I got an Elden Ring badge or something for watching Elden Ring. Maybe it was an emote instead. Oh, I'm out. No shot. Yeah, I got the Raging Wolf helm. Which that's not a spoiler. We have that helmet. I said emote? I mean, use it. If it's spoiler, I'll delete it. It's not a spoiler. We've seen it. I mean, it was a spoiler when we seen it in the loading screen, but it has been seen. It's already been spoiled because it's in a loading screen of the game. Which is stupid. They're very Kodama, you know? You mod the loading screens out. Can I? No. Can you in general? Yeah, kinda, I assume. Probably change what they are, but I can't. I can't mod the game at all because we're using crowd control. Stuck. Oh, I'm out of juice. Homie's like one hit away. Yippee! Got the whip, the helm, the armor. Garish, don't know what that means. Silver greaves decorated with red embellishments, passed down through the Hoslow family. When Juno Hoslow received an invitation to the Volcano Manor, he discreetly refused. I have already walked many a road drenched in blood, yet never would I consider myself a champion. A twin-tailed silver helm decorated with flowery adornments. Symbol of the head of the revered House of Hoslow. Juno Hoslow had a younger brother, who was all talk and no trousers. His inability to commit an action was such that Juno inherited the Hoslow's legacy without resistance, granting him the freedom to shower his little brother with adoration. Metal whip formed of razor-sharp chain link blades that have the appearance of flower petals. This work of art is handed down through generations of the illustrious House Hoslow. High dexterity is required to wield this weapon, but it excels at inflicting devastating blood loss. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. We also got this earlier. Maidens traversed the lands between for different reasons. Some to seek audience with the fingers, others to find the Tarnished, where they were destined to guide. Yes, CC is a mod, but you cannot have other mods on top of crowd control because of the way that crowd control works. And I did get 2 of them. Maybe I got the other one from his brother Dialos? I don't know. I don't think I got 2 of them. We have both. Anyways, let's take a beat break. Then we'll continue that side quest. But first, we need to go back to the Volcano Manor. We never finished this area. And now that we've done all of that, I can now tell you all of the lore that we missed out on while going through the Volcano Manor. Because I rushed through it in order to do Raya's storyline before we progressed. But now, we can really go deep into it. But first off, before we do anything, that right there, just to recap a little bit, that painting right there is of Rykard. He's one of the three children of Renala and Rat. I did not know I could do this. He's one of the three children of Ronnie. What the fuck? He's one of the three children of Renala and Radagon. His name is Rykard. Now he is known as Rykard the Blasphemous, but at the time of the Erd Tree, and a little bit before the Shattering, he was instead known as just Rykard, or even more so, Rykard the Magistrate, or actually, sorry, scratch that. It's Rykard the Praetor. Rykard married that woman right there. Her name is Tanith. She is a dancer who comes from outside of the Lands Between, who fell so deeply in love with Rykard that despite Rykard turning against the Erd Tree, despite Rykard turning against the Greater Will and the Golden Order and doing the things that you're about to learn about him, Tanith remained devoted and attached to him. Never divorcing, never splitting, never leaving. Tanith remains married and in love with Rykard. There are other paintings around of Rykard, or of Rykard of a burning Erd Tree as the Volcano Manor desires. More on that in a minute. But also a painting of this guy right here. Now, this is something that Vadi Vidya taught me in his most recent one of his most recent videos that I didn't realize at the time. If you look at this painting, you'll notice that it is a masked individual wearing a blue cloaked outfit. This blue cloaked outfit is actually the outfit that we just got. The official's attire. Now, what's a little different about the official's attire is that it has the little bandaging, but regardless, it's the official's attire. The reason it has the bandages is because we've actually already met someone who had a similar role to the person in that painting. You might remember them. It was long ago, but they looked like this. And they were using this weapon called Giza's Wheel. You might remember them. I like that it makes it super long. They were doing a lot of this. A weapon known as the pizza cutter, and it says, great iron wheel lined with the flesh-flaying blades, device of torture used by Inquisitor Giza. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. The design was adopted for the iconic weapon wielded by the Iron Virgins. The man here, the person here, is not Giza. I like that you can see the eyes through it. Not Giza. In fact, it's not even technically an Inquisitor. Rather, it's a Magistrate. Another one. Now, you might recognize this outfit even further by the one sitting right next to it. This is the Mirai robe. The Mirai is the people whose sword I'm actually using. This is the Mirai Greatsword. they're the people that ruled over the shaded castle right here. The descendant of that castle was obsessed with the rock goddess Melania and had prosthetics all over the place. I believe we have his mask as well. It's Dialos's. I believe we have his mask as well. Here it is. The Marai family has a dual history spanning generations, serving both executioners and castellans of Shaded Castle. This mask bears the likeness of the first of their line. We also have this one. Very similar, but different. This person who is in this painting, and I didn't realize this until Vadi's video, that this person in this painting is Marai's father, maybe grandfather. Regardless, they're a descendant of the person in this painting. And that is why they are wearing this clothing that is so similar. The Shaded Castle, known as executioners. The Shaded Castle was ruled over by the people of Volcano Manor. Why is that? This is something that I didn't talk about. Inside of the Volcano Manor is an area called the Prison Town. If we travel there, we see snake people. That happened later. But we also see a bunch of cages and chains and torture devices that are everywhere. We're just going to rush through a little bit. I don't have enough souls where I care about losing them. But you can see here, there's a pile of corpses with this omen killer. There's chains and people hanging. As we move further in, there's also the maidens, the virgin maidens, that are torture devices that were created, and we know this through the lore that we read. They would basically capture people and teleport them into this area. There are cages. There are these people that are being tortured. More and more jail cells. Bunch of Albinorics that were all being tortured and studied upon. We know this via things that we found. I initially thought that this is where they were created. I was incorrect. You can see down here as we get further. Now, there is more and more stuff that is resembling this. So, what am I leading you to here? What am I? I'm clearly leading you to something, right? But what am I leading you to here? Ricard, before he was known as Ricard the Blasphemous and was instead known as Ricard the Praetor, had the duty of capturing nobles or otherwise, capturing people, bringing them here, and both imprisoning and torturing them for information that was sinful to the Erd Tree and heretical to the Greater Will in the Golden Order. You get teleported here through the Virgin Maidens, and you are tortured until you give up the information that they are looking for. That is why this is the prison town, and there are cages everywhere and that kind of thing. Yeah, fuck patches. Now, the prison town is full of that kind of thing, of all of these references, and up to his time before he was Ricard the Blasphemous. People were imprisoned here, both of noble birth and otherwise, until he became Ricard the Blasphemous. This is all stuff that we skipped over. Now, Ricard, being the person who tortured all of these people, being Ricard who learned all of these secrets, he himself learned secrets of his own. He learned secrets of his own. And because of that, that led him to do what he did, which you're going to learn of in a moment. But on top of that, you can see that there's a bunch of snake iconography. You can see it's everywhere. We can even read an item description in relation to something that is very closely related to snakes. Probably the best one of the best weapons in the game, and probably the best curved sword weapon in the game, wherever the fuck it is. You down here? Are you like way down? Where the fuck is it? Where are the curved swords? This is a great axe. Twin blade. There it is. Do we not have it? I thought we had it. Oh, here it is. It's this weapon right here. Serpent God curved sword. It looks like this. And it does this. Whee. Curved sword fashioned in the image of an ancient serpent deity, a tool of the forgotten religion practiced on Mount Gelmir, which is where we are. That's the volcano. Formerly used to offer up sacrifices. Torture. Prison. Sacrifice. This sword restores HP upon slaying an enemy. Good night, Ace. I love you. Mwah. Ricard tortured these people and learned their secrets, housed himself on Mount Gelmir, and fed people to the volcano. Tortured them. Killed them. All in service of America. All in service of the Golden Order he did this. Until one day, he found a serpent. And instead of worshipping the Greater Will, instead of worshipping the Golden Order, he felt a different god enter the picture. And he started to worship the serpent. He started to research serpents. In turn, the serpent people. Serpent people are around. There's no humans in here except for this guy right here and the god-skin noble that we fought. There's a bunch of serpent iconography. There's serpent people. There's Raya, who is part serpent. Raya. Part serpent. Ricard eventually stopped worshipping the Greater Will, and instead worshipped the serpent. The great serpent that rests within Mount Gelmir. Started putting all of this iconography of the serpent around. The serpent, a thing that is heretical to the Greater Will. We know this because the gladiators wore serpents on their fists and on their armor in order to, as people enjoyed seeing the serpents get bloodied. Because they are heretical. Why are they heretical? An ancient serpent. Well, we'll find out. On top of that, there's one other little tidbit of lore we haven't quite learned. Little inkling of tidbit of lore. In an item that we have yet to find, and it is so incredibly important. Give me one moment. Now, all of this aside, you see that there's this godskin person here, and we fought the godskin noble in here. It's very clear that they're worshipping serpents. There's no humans in here except for these two, because all humans abandoned Ricard when he committed the sins that he did to be called blasphemous. So despite defending him during the war where the Golden Order was charging at the Mount Gelmir and the castle during the events, or prior to the events of the Shattering even, there were still humans fighting with him. He was blasphemous at that time, and he still had people that were loyal to him as a leader and as a magistrate and a praetor. People fought with him and beside him and defended him until eventually he did something so bad that they abandoned him. And in here, we can see the presence of a massive snake who's been severed and I think the word's gelded and splayed across this church. This church that is called the Temple of Igle. So theoretically, this is Igle, maybe. However, underneath was a what's the word? What's the thing that babies have? Like the thing that people eat sometimes starts with a P. What's the word, chat? Can't think of the word. Like attached to them. Placenta. Thank you. Where a placenta rests, ever wet, ever moist, belonging to Raya. Half snake, half human. More on her in a minute. All of this brings us back to Volcano Manor, the hub of it all, where at one point Ricard ruled over, and yet now all that remains is Tanith. And I don't think they're here this time. Soldier, a dead soldier, a dead Gelmir hero who begs us to put Ricard down for his sins. Hi, Nikupe, how are you? Let me double check that there's nothing we gotta do before this.
I see that you stayed the path of champions. This is your usual reward. Please, take it.
Read it in a minute.
Perhaps you are ready. Might you see our Lord? Our Lord will no doubt welcome you. Another kindred spirit, treading the path of champions.
Time, chat.
Yes. As it should be. Now, close your eyes for a moment. I will transport you to the Lord's chamber.
Tanith. Person still married.
Farewell, then.
Ricard says
May
farewell.
your visit be fruitful.
Let's read the Taker's Charm real quick before we head down. Talisman engraved with a stern likeness of Praetor Ricard, master of the Volcano Manor, restores HP upon defeating enemies. When Ricard turned to heresy, taking by force, came the rule. The gods themselves were no different, after all. An actually really good arm that we're going to equip. There it is. In we go. One of the best fights in the game. Resting here. Spear. Called the Serpent Hunter. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Weapon that serves as both greatsword and spear. Thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past. It manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, master being Ricard, his men searched for a weapon which could halt their lord. Great Serpent Hunt. Perform a powerful lunge and follow up with an upward thrust via additional input. When fighting a great serpent, a long blade of light will appear, revealing the armament's true power. This confirms a couple things. Firstly, Great Serpent. What Ricard fell in love with and worshipped it existed before in the past, in the distant past, where it was once defeated, but apparently has been reborn. Their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed. Ricard went from worshipping the greater will, or even wishing to become the Elden Lord as a hero to rise against the Golden Order, degenerated into mere greed. What the fuck does that mean? Well, maybe we'll find out. In turn, they found this sword spear that once fought against this great serpent and took it out, and now we get to use it again. I'm gonna stay small, out of the way for now. Am I able to have it made or roll? Okay. You can look around and see the corpses of many who were fed to the volcano, fed to the serpent. There is decorations of not just prison cells, but also chandeliers, indicating that perhaps this, at one point, wasn't appearing the way that it is. Maybe at one point, it wasn't filled with corpses in this way. Maybe at one point, it was a different kind of place. Or maybe the serpent that we're looking at right now, this roiling serpent, was once smaller and not as massive, and instead, this place was decorated like this before it became as massive as it is. A lot of questions in relation to this, but one thing stands true. People were sacrificed to this serpent by Ricard. Whether or not the people that followed him knew that he was doing this is unknown, but regardless, it is clear that it was happening. He went from a person that was defending the people of Leyndell and the people of the Golden Order. He went from a person that was enforcing Marika's law to instead sacrificing people to this serpent. At what point that happened, we don't know. At what point Marika gained the knowledge of this and he became at what point Marika learned this and he went from Praetor Ricard to Ricard the Blasphemous is unknown. We don't know this. This is all things that we don't know. We don't know the exact timeline in which this took place. But regardless, what we do know is that he sacrificed people to this serpent. He worshipped this serpent. He fell in love with this serpent. Now, we have to take it out. It is no longer the immortal serpent, but is instead the god-devouring serpent with small arms along the side. Well, spits poison, aka, or not really aka, but echoing what we've seen in the Shaded Castle where it's filled with poison. Perhaps having something to do with this serpent or with the Mount Gelmir in some way. One! This is one of the most cinematic fights in the game. I'd say second only to Radahn. As nothing can really beat Radahn. That fight is so fucking amazing.
Yes. Now, I will transport...
I don't think we sat at the bonfire. I think I was too, yeah, I didn't touch the grace. I was too enveloped by lore. Alright, let's take him down. There is more here that I'm not telling you, by the way. I'm just, it's not... being cryptic on purpose about a lot of things in relation to this. That was terrifying.
I just like how the boss arena looks like a witch's labyrinth from the anime Puella Mage and Madoka Magica.
I thought I could
and
whistle.
cherry slots
I
of
cannot
hanging
hear a
hangy
word.
lights and pillars of people.
Boss music too loud. I will have to read that in a moment. I think I healed. Also looks like the Witch's Labyrinth anime with a lot of hanging bits and pillars and people. I have not seen that. 2! Camera cuffed me a little bit there, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Third-person games, am I right, gamers? No maidens. No, I could do a follow-up. The trick to that attack is just run to the side. People do fight this without using this weapon, by the way, but it takes 5 bajillion years, and with the lava surrounding it directly, you can't get to it. It's a whole thing. Is Magi Madoka Magica that one magical girl anime? Hi Chompers, hi Beal, how are you? Yellow? Our eyes are yellow, thank you for noticing. I called it a magical girl anime the other day, and I got told it's way more than just a magical girl anime. Was that by Astral Softy? Oh, wrong place. My sister and her friend? Oh, okay. I know Astral Softy is like a huge fan of one of the magical girl animes. I don't know which one. I hear Madoka? See? I got greedy. War! By the way, a couple weeks ago, I tweeted that I was thinking about a side quest in Elden Ring, and it made me tear up. That side quest was Zarias', also known as Raya, character that it's a side quest that we've already done. It's almost over, but I fucking love this game so much, man. I just makes me emotional. I didn't realize it was doing that much damage to me. Hey, Drew, don't die on this next one? Okay. It totally isn't a phase 2 or anything. Well, I died on this one. String deck broken on. Beep 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 Okay, I could have paused the VOD and all that time, and I didn't. Makes the 10 prediction up. I always miss that second attack. I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! Okay. Also, you hear the increase in music. This is like a soft phase 2.
very well. Join myself and King as family. Together we will devour the very god.
This is Ricard, the Lord of I missed. The Lord of Blasphemy. One of the coolest swords in the game. But it does bleed, so we're not going to use it. How many did you take? 5 million, because it's a very cool looking scene. And one of my favorite screenshots I've ever taken is from that scene. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Now we can devour God together.
6! This is attempt 8. Always missed that. Also, you notice that once again, a thing that is viewed as blasphemous and heretical to the greater will in the Golden Order is related to fire.
Now we can devour God together.
8! This is 9. I'm out of juice. And I missed.
I'll take
this is main game.
That's a lot of nuts! That'll be $4, baby! You want fries with that?
9. This is 11. I'm out of juice. Oh, that was a different move. I was expecting him to stab. No, thank you. Yeah, like that. Oh, I'm getting hit by that. Rude. Okay. No thanks. Wouldn't it? It does. Well. There's death.
No, we can do
11! This is attempt 13. Lucky number 13.
together.
13. This is 15.
Excuse me? Mana? Sorry. Mana? Sorry. Mana? Sorry. Mana? Sorry.
I'm getting hit by that, I think. Nope. Wasn't expecting follow-ups. 15. This is attempt 18. That was attempt 18. Attempt 19. surprised those didn't hit me. Now I've got to run around while I avoid these for a while. This honestly works to my benefit. I know I'm getting hit, but it's running down the timer of that shit. Assuming I don't get hit right off the rip. Okay. I'm alright with that. I don't have those stupid skulls chasing me anymore. Well, wasn't so okay with that. Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. Fuck! One heavy strike, done. I'm mad some of those didn't connect. I don't understand. 19. Wait, other way. 19. This is attempt 20. Why didn't that hit? Why didn't that connect? I was right on top of him. Every single other time it's been like, oh, I'm too far away from him. That time, I think that was bullshit. I was right on top of him. That should have contacted. Yes! 20.
I
Hold me captive. He was again like the fucking district attorney, chief of police kind of guy. He dictated who got arrested and what happened to them, and tortured them and sacrificed them to the serpent, to the degree where he even sacrificed himself to the serpent, and became what I just fought. His goal was to devour other gods and have them join him inside of the serpent to take over the lands between in a gluttonous fashion. He, through the Volcano Manor, people were being baited into joining the Volcano Manor, being tested of their strength by fighting other Tarnished and weeding out the weak, pulling the weak, and being fed to Ricard as champions. To muster up his forces and make him stronger. You get the idea. Alright. Through that fight, we now need to sit down. Hang on. It's like my dad. Your dad fed himself to a snake? Firstly, let's teleport away. Go to Pool of Lost Grace. And now we have the Soul of Ricard. So firstly, Remembrance of Ricard, Lord of Blasphemy, honed into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger... Yeah. Ricard took the form of a giant serpent. He might devour, grow, and live eternally.
I understand. The road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin.
Yeah. Okay. And then we also got this. Insignia emblazoned on the front marks the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. Hence why Gideon knew where he was.
It may be thousands upon...
Sacred Sword of Ricard, Lord of Blasphemy, remains of the countless heroes he has devoured writhe upon the surface of this blade. It's really cool. Now they share the same blood, bound together as
family.
Some HP is restored upon defeating an enemy. Baker's Flames. Raise the sacred sword aloft to set it ablaze with blasphemous flames. Then bring it down to fire off a forward blast. The flames steal HP from those they touch. The terrible power of Ricard, Lord of Blasphemy, summons searing spirits that leave a trail of delayed explosions in their wake. These spirits manifest from the rancor of heroes who met a violent end. The Lord granted them an audience, whereupon they were welcomed by the maw of the great serpent. And within the serpent's bowels, they became the Lord's kin. When Ricard fed himself to the serpent, every human fighting underneath him gave up their fight and left Mount Gelmir undefendable, not undefendable, but undefended. There you go. Left Volcano Manor undefended. In their place, the Virgin Maidens remained and fought for him, as well as Tanith slowly gaining Tarnished to fight for her in Ricard's name. There was also the Snake People who also defended. Snake People, we haven't touched on quite a bit yet. We'll get there.
Now,
Oops. I wasn't done. No equipment, though. Unfortunately. Oh.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erd tree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by 2 names. The other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are. The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever? Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy. You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Erd tree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Erd tree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the Rune of Death. Now go forth. Let the work.
Bye. Okay. I want to see if Bad Daddy over here has anything to say.
I hear you helped get the girl back on her feet. Though I'm not her foster father anymore, I'd still like to thank you. Sorry for the time you had to waste. Well, what is it?
He was talking about the person that is now the ruler of Limgrave. Fucking what's her name? He helped her out. I don't remember her name. What's your name? Nefeli, who we made the new ruler of Limgrave, taking Godric's place. Let's get strength at 35, I think. No, let's get dex to 20. Should I get a mullet? No, you should get a wolf cut. I have a wolf cut? Then you already have the good thing. Called a shag? No, that's when you fuck.
You. It's true then. You've defeated our Lord. No. I must thank you. Our Lord was yet weak. You have taught us that defeat is not the end. Our Lord is immortal, and will one day rise again. Stronger. Until then, I must stay the path and do my part. I will leave the Volcano Manor before long. I suggest you do the same. I will miss these encounters. The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more. I always was an admirer. This is farewell. Perhaps we will meet again along the path.
Not done.
Now you've gone and killed Rykard. You scheming little bastard. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy.
I don't agree, Farm.
Well, here I am, untethered once again. Goodbye, my friend. What is it? Oh, come to make a parting donation to Patches.
I'll buy some.
Cheers for that.
I think that if you were American, mullets only ever make you look like a redneck. If you're Australian, mullets only ever make you look like a bogan, which is an Australian redneck, basically. At least for white people. That was the guy that suggested we get the sword. Like, can they look good? Sure. I'm not saying that they look bad. But they make you look like a redneck. A redneck can look good, but they make you look like a redneck. That's what I'm saying.
You killed Rykard. I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code. Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh. But anyway,
I think that mullets in Australia just makes you look like a bogan.
Though we may yet fulfill an old promise.
Especially if they have a mustache.
Our own kind.
Extra.
And took what was theirs. And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Erd Tree. O greater will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade.
You have a hammer.
Refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning. Oh, great! I am the recusant Bernal.
If you have a mullet in Europe, I don't know enough Europeans to confidently say anything. Depends on where you are in Europe as well, but I don't know enough people. And now Tanith is gone. We walk back here. Bernhal's gone. Yet there's a sword and we can still learn skills, so that's interesting. Like that. Briefly boosting poise, damage taken while using the skill is reduced. That's interesting. Give a war cry to rally the spirit and increase attack power. While active, strong attacks change to charging attacks. That's cool. Stormblade. Round armaments with Shearing Storm can be fired upon rapid succession. That's cool. Skill that makes the user's presence at the cost of self-inflicted wound. The mass. Oh, gotcha. Grants near invisibility and silences footsteps. Interesting. This armament has no skill. If the armament in the other hand has a skill, that skill will be used instead. Oh, that's cool. Sure. What's a poop stick? Yeah, you can see Patches is also gone. And the big Nightman's also gone.
Fun fact about rednecks: back in the day when people moved to mining towns and the mining companies owned everything in the towns, as a form of protest against the company, they wore red scarves around their necks.
Interesting. Well, now they're just Hicks, so... Somewhere in here, don't know where, Patches is chilling. Did I write down exactly where? Or did I just write down Shady Castle? Yep, just wrote down Shady Castle. Alright. Well, let's check a look around. I don't think you're a Hick yet. Nor do I think you'd be a Hick if you had a mullet. You just look like one. Whoops, wrong way. Oh, Patches. Patchy, Patches. Where are you? Hee. Might be more on the outside. Now I'm all the way to the top. Like, there's no way. Never mind.
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this. Oh, I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this. Oh, it's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong. You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
Okay. Now that we've done that, Patches has rested easy. We go back to Ricard's boss arena. Where you can see there is a giant head of Ricard with champions still roiling out of it. Tanith is here. If you listen closely, you can not only hear the sounds of snakes, but also she's eating. She's eating right now.
What is it? I have no need of that. I must continue devouring my beloved lord. Oh, you... Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast, and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together. Dear Rykard, I wish one day...
Together.
Oh, you allow me some time. Our lord's car. Dear, I wish to one day...
I definitely thought something different was going to happen by giving her those castanets, but that's fine. We also probably could have read the castanets first. Do we still have them? I don't think we do. That's a shame. Either way, it was just like, yo, she used to be a dancer from distant lands until she fell in love with what's his fuck. Maybe when she's done eating. That doesn't happen. My earbud just died, but it's okay. We're almost at the end. All right, we got 2 more things to do, and then we can end off. First, we need to go back to Murkwater Cave. In here, this is where we first met. Patches.
Just help yourself to a man's personal belongings? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
He's fighting us again.
Wait. Don't tell me. Is that you? Oh, Christ. Please, wait. I surrender. I surrender. I swear. Glad to see we're on the same page. I'd never cross you. Not even close.
Now we get his crabs.
Ah, it's been ages since I've seen you. I didn't even realize it was you. Took you for a demi-human or some such. You know how it is. Just an innocent mistake. Water under the bridge, eh? Back to business as usual. Hell's bells. This bandit business is hardly what it's cracked up to be. Especially if we keep running into the likes of you. Maybe I'll set up another shop with the lads. Now
we're gonna go back to the entrance and head back to him. Yeah, now we get his crotch. Now we get to give him fucking a wild pumpkin head.
Finally made it, eh? And just in time for the grand reopening of Patch's Emporium, where you won't need a refund because everything is top-notch.
And there you go. And that is the end. I'm gonna buy this. Patch's storyline. That's it.
Cheers for that.
But if we go back one more time to Tanith, crouch together with Patches, I'll do that. He's still consuming.
Oh, you. Allow me some time. Our Lord's car.
Hey.
Hey. Thanks for the sub, Austin. Hope you enjoy your emotes and your balloons. He's still eating. How you doing, dog? Welcome to the end of stream. Now, I don't recall where this is, where we need to go for this, so I'm going to go 2 different places. It's either back at Volcano Manor or somewhere else. And then we'll crouch with Patches. End off the stream. Yeah, no. Okay. And I need to go... here. Yeah. Raya's gone. Where did she go? I don't know, I definitely thought she'd be there. Never mind, we missed our chance. I thought she would move back. I thought we exhausted her dialogue, but I guess not. Whatever. She's still alive out there somewhere, but she would have given us an item called Datakar's Woe. This is what I was leading up to, but I guess whatever. You gave us an item called Datakar's Woe. It says, disturbing likeness of a woman whose skin was flayed. She smiles with a serene tenderness. Increases damage taken. It is said that this woman, named Datakar, indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving a mirth to a myriad of grotesque children. So that's supposed to be Raya's mom. And it references the fact that she did adultery and fucked people and so on and so forth. There's 2 theories about who this is in reference to. Either A, Datakar, this woman, fucked this snake and gave birth to Raya. Or, more likely, as they reference the fact that Raya is a child of Ricard at one point, Ricard and Raya had sex while he was in this form. Sorry, what did I say? Sorry, Datakar. Datakar and Ricard had sex while he was in this form and gave birth to Zarias. One of the 2 is real. Don't know which. Either way, Datakar's his mom. Or her mom. But don't know which. Yep. Alright. One last time back to Murkwater Cave. We have now finished off the Volcano Manor. We have finished off a lot of side quests today. Next stream, let me get down to patches. Hang on. There we go. Crouching with my bestie. Here, I'm gonna get on the other side. There we go. Crouching with my bestie. Just chilling. Looks very uncomfortable. Just chilling. That's going to be the end of today. Next stream of Elden Ring, we will probably continue climbing the mountain. Maybe not getting to the point where we are burning the Erd tree, but continue climbing the mountain. We will also be exploring more of the Those That Live in Death storyline, both by finishing Thea's and continuing Gureng's. Okay? Okay. But that's going to be the end of today. If you're watching the VOD, thanks for watching. I love you. Mwah!